our regular board meeting of the Waterloo Undergraduate Student Association. We're coming to order. Starting as always, actually this time, we're going to go over generic rules because we've got a second board here. Many of you have been present for Robert's Rules before. We use the expanded form now, which includes direct responses. And we're quite aggressive with direct responses because it allows conversation to continue about one topic for a while. So compared to the annual meeting, same sort of situation as happened there, but now there'll be direct responses also included. Please be cautious and quiet when possible. There are a lot of people, so side conversations are challenging to hear. Microphones are on this side of the table mostly, so you guys will probably have to speak up and then only do one at a time. Preliminaries from Esther. Let me make sure I got those done. We're likely going to go into confidential to hear from student care early so they can get a chance to go home to their families. That does also mean that for current board members, are we okay with incoming board members being present for the confidential session? Are there any current board members who are uncomfortable with that? Jeff, are you just turning your camera on, or would you like to make a comment on? Okay, that's perfectly fine. With that in mind, then we'll move to the approval of the agenda. We have agenda today. Does anyone have any discussion on the agenda? I'm moving it forward. Can I get a seconder on the agenda, please? Arya, thank you. Any discussion on the agenda as presented? All right, seeing none, we'll take the vote. All in favor of the agenda as presented.
Wait. Sorry, I needed to switch back to Teams to put my hand up.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Sorry, Teresa.
Sorry. I don't know if you saw the messages in the board meeting chat, but we just wanted to poll. There are a bevy of motions from GovCon for this meeting. We wanted to poll the one related to our ED review procedure. And we'd like to bring that. Well, we were hoping to bring that back to the 29th. That's okay.
So strike that one from the agenda for today?
Yeah.
That's from GovCom. Any other members of GovCom wanting to speak to that one?
What's the rationale?
Okay, can I? Oh, sorry. I'll let Jeff go.
Quick check. Oh, yes. So I shared this in, so for some context, this motion was initially meant to standardize sort of the status quo of how we've conducted ED evaluations in the past. But it seems like after some initial discussions, we can, there's some additional considerations and maybe we can bring something back that's a little better. So we'll bring it back on the 29th after that.
All right. I think that's friendly to me. Arya, are you okay with that being removed? All right, cool. So we'll be skipping that when we get to it. Any other discussion on the agenda? Back.
Are we here as resource members or board?
You don't votes.
Resource members. Yeah, you're observers. So if you're not speaking capacity, yes, we'll work it through.
All right, seeing no further discussion, we'll take the vote. All in favor of the agenda with the amendment from GovCom. All right, that appears to me to be unanimous. So we'll move on. Territorial acknowledgement. The Board of Directors acknowledges that the University of Waterloo is on the traditional territory of the Neutral, Anishinaabe, and Haudenosaunee peoples. Our organization operates on the Haldeman Tract, land promised 6 miles on each side of the Grand River to the Six Nations. We have, in the theme of indigenization today, some content produced for that I think will produce some healthy discussion about our responsibilities as well as what we can expect from others and expect from ourselves. We have meeting minutes from March 25th. Can I get a seconder on and bring the seeing Alex? Any discussion on the meeting minutes? All right, seeing none, all in favor of the minutes as presented. Wonderful. Did you vote in favor there?
Okay.
All right, 5-4, 1 abstention. Main board priorities for the date that is today. We have strengthening advocacy, which is highlighted under agenda items 4.1, 4.2, and ensuring board and organizational accountability. Coming up to conflict of interest declaration. Do any current directors have pecuniary conflicts they feel the need to report? Or that they should report? Is there anything that I noticed? I don't think I noticed anything specifically that would be important. Anybody conflict? All right, well then, we have no items for adoption for consent. So we'll be moving to the confidential session for a presentation from student care. Jay is driving at the moment. Shit, Jay. That doesn't make me confident. Well then, to Marianne, let us know when we are in confidential session so that we can begin the presentation. No worries. Thank you very much. First item of new business for today is WUSA's Indigenization Action Plan, which hopefully you've had the chance to look at with your eyeballs. It's been submitted by Melissa, so I'll let Melissa talk to it, and then I'll look for a mover and a seconder from lecturers board. So Melissa, would you care to introduce the Indigenous plan?
Sure, I'd be happy to. Hi, Del and Larissa. See you later. Bye. Thanks, folks. Am I good to share my screen? Is that a thing I can do in the current? Let's see. Everybody see that?
Looking fine.
Fine. Okay. Awesome. Can zoom in a bit. I won't go through this in full detail. Hopefully, folks have had the chance to read it, and happy to take any questions. I just sort of wanted to speak at a high level about the plan and getting it to this point, and sort of some of the three key goals in here. As WUSA has continued to work on bringing in some different policies, procedures, and sort of daily processes into our work from a equity, diversity, inclusion, and anti-racism lens over the last number of years. One of the things that we have been wanting to put together is how we can support the university's Indigenous strategic plan. And so of the 5 goals within the university's Indigenous strategic plan, the 3 that have been noted in this WUSA action plan, reconciliation, services and supports, and building community, felt like the 3 areas that WUSA made the most sense to help support and impact and continue to move that work forward. So just sort of wanted to note the connection between those, and this is sort of ways that we feel WUSA can continue to support this work on campus, as well as specifically our Indigenous undergraduate student members as well. So within the area of reconciliation, wanting to look at different ways within our operations and our values and how we do our work to make sure that we are weaving that into our organization, looking at the way we purchase things, integration of Indigenous knowledge systems into the work our services, our clubs do, advocating for Indigenization of the curriculum and the work that the university does, and continuing to amplify the university's resources to support the work of Indigenization. Obviously, there are elements that are already being provided to students through other areas of the university that are have that greater knowledge and experience, of which we don't necessarily, or certainly don't at this time. And so just wanting to be mindful of how we can at least amplify those services and supports for students, as we do with many other things across campus. We also want to make sure our Indigenous students see themselves represented within WUSA, and that we're advocating for the university to do the same. So I think one of the areas we should be looking at that is within our board, and how do we make sure that when we're making decisions that we have Indigenous voices and perspectives at the table. So there are some different groups on campus that have Indigenous students that sit at those groups. So whether we use those or connect and tap into those groups to provide insight to our board of directors, whether we potentially have Indigenous students sitting on some of our committees or sitting on different areas to be providing that feedback built within the research that we do, really wanting to make sure that we have that representation, continuing to recruit and share our job postings in areas that Indigenous folks would be encouraged to be applying as well. So that's not saying necessarily that we are looking to hire a specific number or specific role for Indigenous staff, but making sure that Indigenous members of our community and the workforce see roles within WUSA and also have those abilities to apply for those positions. When it comes to services and supports, looking at things like hosting events and workshops that engage those folks on our campus, making sure we're fostering that dialogue to ensure those Indigenous students are empowered to be a part of those discussions, and other ways to build spaces in the Student Life Center for Indigenous students to feel connected to campus and feel that sense of community and belonging. So we have gone out and tried to do some consultations, although we haven't had a great outcome in terms of students attending those. We have had some one-on-one sessions, and we have been in touch with WISC and the Office of Indigenous Relations to kind of discuss how we could support and potentially work together on some of those things that they're hearing Indigenous students are looking for from campus and from their campus experience. And then sort of as it relates a lot to those different things in terms of events and supports, helping to build and foster that community on campus and the broader community for Waterloo Indigenous students. So connecting with local communities, hosting events that might incorporate elders or wisdom from different faculties. Additional elements we could be building into orientation or welcome week that invite and encourage and celebrate the Indigenous culture on our campus, looking at supporting and highlighting days of significance and different incentives that will help bring that Indigenous culture and community together. So those are just sort of a high level of some of the different things we built into that plan. Some of the folks that we talked to in doing that work over the past year and the different ways in which we feel WUSA could contribute to that work on campus. So I think that ends my sort of my outline of what's sort of there, wanting to open that up for any questions folks may have or any comments.
All right. I guess my first question here is, this is intended to be the final draft of the plan, or?
This is the final draft in terms of us presenting it to you based on our feedback and our work. This is what we feel would make sense, but open to any other thoughts from there.
Then I think because it has advocacy priorities, it's reasonable to actually ask for a mover and a seconder, as opposed to being this for information.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine by me. I think we felt like because it was on the annual plan as a goal for us to put together, that we didn't necessarily think it needed to come for a vote. But if that's what folks think is the right process, I'm certainly happy to do that.
Spirit.
Question, it says report for information only, or you?
No, that's what we're discussing.
Okay.
Yeah. I think it should be, again, anything that's advocacy should go through board before this process starts.
Well, Sandra.
Thank you. Melissa is correct. It was something that you approved on the annual plan. So it's just carrying out the item. And Melissa's given you a very strong update on what's happening. So it doesn't require any other motion at this stage, because it's something you've already approved. There is a question though in the chat that Melissa, you might want to answer.
Oh, sorry, Alex, I didn't see that. Is that the question about whether Elder Henry was involved?
Yes.
Yes, we did indeed work with Elder Henry on this. They were also trying to help us put some of those conversation circles together where students could come and provide us that feedback.
Cool.
As I mentioned, unfortunately, we didn't have the uptake we had hoped, but I understand from the Office of Indigenization or Office of Indigenous Relations and WISC that they have had very limited folks who have been sort of engaging in that, and understandably so with the amount I think that's been asked of those folks over the last little while. But he has had eyes on it. He has given us his positive feedback on that direction, as has the discussions we've had with other folks from the university that do this work.
I think my question is, what about Elder Bill?
I have not personally spoken to Elder Bill.
All right, that's fine. All right.
Yes, I think it's good to just do it as a discussion item for now. I mean, I have some fundamental concerns. So like, I wouldn't necessarily support this as it stands, and I'll go into why. I think, we did a very similar thing this year with WUSA. We just finalized the indigenization plan and passed that and finalized it and got them through. I guess my biggest concern is, the current thing that stands in front of us has had very minimal students feedback given or consultation, specifically Indigenous students, which the hope is that this plan addresses and supports and assists, right? So I know we ran those events, the consultation events, but due to incredibly low uptake, it really makes you question like how much of the people who are actually going to be affected by this plan have been really consulted or the knowledge has been passed on. I also, struggle with we have one point that says commit to Indigenous representation on WUSA's board. I mean, we have really no control in who's going to run for WUSA's board or, I think really I would like some type of wording change to say, making it as accessible as possible for everybody in our community to be able to run and then have the same opportunities as everybody else without forcing us into a position where, we might not be able to really deliver. Because we do have to look at how many students do we have on campus. Do they even want to actually run and work in a colonial structure and system that the university and our organization represents for them? So I think those thoughts have to really be taken into account. I think I think this comes from a really good place. I just don't think it hits the mark with actually addressing the concerns that the students who will be affected by, need addressed. Yeah. May not. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I think if I could just respond, Arya, to the comment around the consultations, I don't disagree that in the ideal world, we would have liked to talk specifically to more Indigenous students about this plan. However, I think that based on the research and what we've been hearing and in speaking to those offices and other Indigenous supports on campus, this is what the sentiment is that folks are looking for. And I think as is also noted in the plan, this will certainly be likely alive and ever changing as the environment changes and as needs change. So I don't see this as being sort of, a locked in, very term specific plan itself. But I do think that there is that student feedback from those other areas, from what we're hearing and seeing from other campuses, from what that research is saying. So I'm not sure that what's in there for the most part, because it doesn't say it'll be specifically this event or done in this way with this people, that higher level sort of reasoning for wanting to do those things in areas that we're looking at, I think we're hearing and seeing is something that Indigenous students are wanting to see in general on our campus. And I think they make sense for them to come from the student association that way. So that would just be my insight about that. And again, if we continue to find other opportunities for that consultation and it means adjusting where this is at or what some of these are, I think it will be a little bit fluid. I don't think it's something that's necessarily going to stay the exact same or, linear over the next number of years, as this work has certainly been changing drastically over the last, 1 to 3, 3 to 5 anyways. And then in terms of the board piece, I mean, it's certainly the way that it was intended to be written was not necessarily that there would be a one of 13 board seats or an added board seat specifically, but that there is representation of Indigenous voices in the decisions that board are making. And as you mentioned, that the rules would be accessible, because I certainly can't speak to or guarantee that, as you mentioned, that this is a table where an Indigenous student may or may not want to be, but I think it is important that we do our best to seek out those voices, whether those are through roundtables, special sessions with some of those support areas and things of that nature. I think making sure that the voices and feedback are there for board to consider in all of the different pieces that we look at. And I think we need to call that out as this is an important segment of our members.
Maybe a direct response.
Yes, I was just gonna say, one thing that I worry about if we're, concerned about, we're not getting the input from Indigenous people, the Indigenous students when we're making these decisions. It should be noted that, like, obviously the effort was made to try and, contact these students. And I'm worried that if we refrain from taking any action, once we get the big wave of, interest and inputs, we might end up in a, continuous cycle where, Indigenous students don't feel like we're reaching out to them and making the effort to support them. So then they continue to not come out to the events and then we might end up in a cycle like that. Whereas, like Melissa was saying, this document can slowly evolve over time as we continue to make efforts and continue to have those conversations with Indigenous students.
Smear.
I have a question about this line and like what the next steps would be is explore implementing a policy mandating minimum Indigenous representation. I'm wondering because are we talking like having certain positions for Indigenous students, as I mentioned before, is it a percentage? I think these sort of policies can be good, but need to be done in a very thoughtful way to make sure it's not seen as a mistake by any group or party.
Yeah, I think the word explore is sort of the key part there, just looking at what we want or think that should be and not wanting to tie us to anything specific, but again, taking a look at based on our policies and procedures, based on our different processes and procedures within the organization, what might that look like? So, yeah.
Skylar.
Just a question on like how many Indigenous students we actually consulted in those consultations. Get like a figure of how many?
I think the impression was very, very few because they.
I know, but what exactly?
Okay.
We had 3 one-on-one conversations from the folks who signed up to the original group sessions. They agreed to have one-on-one meetings with our advocacy specialists. So that was really great.
2018 policy. So, Samir, is this new point or direct response? Doesn't it? Oh, sorry.
Sorry, yeah, no problem, Nick. I was also going to say the Office of Indigenous Relations also has a survey out right now with WUSA, and so some of the feedback generally has come from some initial results and discussions we've had there as well.
Direct response. New point. Okay. Direct response.
Okay, so that's better to see again. Like it depends where board's appetite sits. I personally would be in the favor of holding up until we can at least get that WUSA data or put something else out so we can get a little bit more. 3 is such a low number. Couple months extra to make sure it's actually representative is good in my book. So I would be really leaning to that side, but depends where really board sits. What folks want to do.
Point of order.
Point of order.
You said 4.
No, sorry, more than 4.
That would be the.
Oh, are you answering a question, not trying to do a Robert's rule?
Lost.
I didn't even know that was an option. No. Sorry, I didn't know it went beyond. What's 3?
3 speak up, but it's a never mind.
Oh, sorry.
Samir.
I just, as much as I think this is a great thing, I want to just caution everyone of the appearance of we know what's best for them. And I know we've tried to reach out. I just am very scared of the opinion of, oh, I know we tried talking to them like, oh yeah, we know what's best for you. Let's put in this plan. And that, especially the history around this topic, is very concerning. I know, especially how like Skylar just said in the chat, only 176 are self-identified as Indigenous at Waterloo. So it's hard to reach that small group. So I want to make sure the board is, 1% is thinking about that.
All right. Any further comments on Mac?
I'd just like to agree with sentiment that's been said. It's definitely important to do more consultation, and in order for us, and sort of touching on Samir's point, in order for us to sort of understand what we need to do, it comes down to hearing them out first. We as much as we want to take proactive action and try and make decisions and have them take effect. If there are barriers to people affecting people coming into, for example, WUSA as a board director, we need to hear it from them, hear what the barriers are. By simply, taking a stance that we want more Indigenous people on board, that's not necessarily going to solve the potential barriers that stop people from taking the seat. And so it needs to really come from them. And I agree that 3 to 4 people is not sufficient. And more than that, we also have to consider, as Samir said, the sample size. If there are 176 self-identifying Indigenous folks having what to do.
That was a population of 1,600.
From a population of 1,600.
Yeah, so it should be around 360 total. 400 total.
Yeah. So a generalized estimate of 400 plus the population, that also needs to be definitely considered when we look at discussions.
Okay, if I may, I need to look at current board because I mean, Melissa, are you okay to bring this back to next board, perhaps with a little bit more consultation? Is that something?
I am going to propose a slightly different one, which is, can we have this one go forward, but with a flag attached? Which is this policy will be updated as we hear more from Indigenous voices.
Not bad.
Yeah, the sort of like we're trying our best. We've heard from some students, but we know that we're not perfect. Point of order.
Point of order. Just want to note that the 29th board meeting is long-range planning focused, so the fewer things we push, maybe the better.
Okay.
Do you support it as it stands? Because we can vote count and that's gonna go from there.
We're straw polling on voting.
Let's swap a vote, please. Yeah, if we can swap a vote, because I wouldn't support it as it stands.
I also think that this is an improvement of our current Indigenous stance, so I don't mind having this one replace our old one. That would be nice. Hi.
Sorry. Can I just add, I just,
Melissa.
sorry, Nick, I should be better with my hand.
No worries.
I just popped in the chat what it does already say in the closing notes, which again, that's not what folks are comfortable with, but this is already the language that was put at the end of this plan to sort of note that similar sentiment. And so,
Yep.
Jeff, as much as I wished I cooked that up on the spot, I did not, in fact.
Well, once again, my reading comprehension has failed me. This is exactly what I wanted to see. But
That's okay.
Didn't bother reading everything.
That's okay.
Phone to a lion. I mean,
It's not necessarily going to ever happen.
business relations department.
The other thing might be that if the general sentiment, I don't know if I should say the general sentiment, if folks feel there are many pieces of this that certainly we could and might make sense for us to move forward and might not need that same level of consultation, but there are a few pieces that feel like you'd like to have more of that before we add it, we could certainly look at the removal of a few pieces if there was less comfort in those than the majority. I do feel like part of the work is for us to proactively reflect and suggest what we think that work should be based on what we've already heard. And I know in a lot of the EDI research and feedback over the last number of years, the goal is not to ask the same question to those same folks time and time again when they're already doing so much of that emotional labor themselves. So if there are pieces that we feel we would want more of that on before there's a comfort level in moving forward, my thought would be it might be better to remove some pieces as opposed to stop the whole thing. Sorry, Ari, I can't hear in the thing with you folks. That's okay. Yeah, so that would be my other thought is if there's, 80%, 75% of this, whatever that percentage is, but a few pieces that folks would like to further reflect on before it's in writing, I would think that could be another way we could go about it.
Aria.
I am okay. So knowing that it's going to be built upon, I'm happy to actually push it forward with the slight change of saying commitment to Indigenous representation in WUSA. I will remove the words of board of directors. Again, I just think we shouldn't put ourselves in a position where we can't control.
In WUSA?
Yeah, in WUSA. Like we will take the.
That's under.
That is in phase 4.
Page 4.
So I would push for that. So,
commitment to Indigenous representation in WUSA and other student working groups or committees.
yeah, so we can figure out a way that's sustainable and functional.
Is that amenable to people? Sure, Mac.
So I'd say yes, I definitely agree with that. And I think just in case on the secondary point as well, to cover our bases, we also should be advocating for Indigenous staff members within our position in WUSA. And then after consultations, then we can move forward with recruiting and take and doing the more proactive stuff, as we said, like taking the more active approach once we confirm, and do more consultation.
And I do not think I actually need my speaking order because I think that has resolved it. Any other discussion on the indigenization plan? Wonderful. That's an information item, and I think people seem to have a sentiment that things have been improved. So I think we can continue. Item 4.2. This is recommendations from the OCC, including specifically the dates of future roundtables and director boothings. The text of the motion is saying, be it resolved that OCC Task Board was approving the following roundtable dates: June 19th, July 24th, September 25th, and October 23rd, 2025. Be it further resolved that if any of the aforementioned dates come into conflict, OCC works with board to set new dates for the roundtables within a reasonable time frame. Be it resolved that OCC Task Board was approving the following director booth dates: May 19th, recurring until May 31st, Monday to Friday, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Be it further resolved that if any of the aforementioned dates come out of you get the idea. Alice, you've moved this. I will happily second it.
May I
Shoot.
modify it completely?
Oh.
May I amend it?
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Okay,
That's friendly.
I have some amendments. There's a few slight changes that I would like to work in. I will put them in the chat for you to see. Mainly because when this came together, it came together a little quickly. So I was all over the place. My apologies. But it's pretty easy. Melissa, I don't know if you've seen these dates because I did them with Jordan today, but that's what should look. Yes, and a note as well to incoming board, you should probably try to do your work through SLT so you don't accidentally do something you're not supposed to. But just so you know, these dates that you see in the chat, this is what the new motion should read. There's June, July, September, October, and November. Those dates should be pretty decent and moved around just because I know there's some stuff happening that first week of June. So I moved it and I forgot about November. So that's the first one.
Friendly.
Do you want the second one after?
Sure.
Right now?
Oh, sorry. Is it a second motion or is it?
It is for the director booths.
Yeah.
No, we weren't have those yet.
Pardon?
We were like, they were iffy on them, right? We were like,
I think this is it.
This is it.
This is good. So what are the changes?
Because we had hours of conversation. We approved it. You were there too and so was all of governance committee was there for like 45 minutes when we approved these dates. So
hey, I was in the middle of something and y'all pulled me in. Like, yeah.
Alex, what are the second set of changes?
So the second one is on the director booths. This has also been worked through with everybody, including the incoming board. The goal of this is a little bit longer, but is to just get at the idea of increasing director booths in September, making them big and popular. So you'll see there's really three different structures. There's a May, so there's a summer structure, there's a September structure, and then there's an October to December structure where it again ends right at exams. There are no punishments to this. It's not binding, although maybe it should be, but it's just a chance. Thank you. It's just a chance to come out and get involved. It's pretty straightforward. You'll see in September, it picks up to 3 days a week. This is from advice of Samir and Damien to call them out specifically to try more days. I listened, I typed it out for you, and then it drops back down. If you want to keep it going, that's your own prerogative. Okay?
Cool. As seconder, my comment was going to be, my vote is depending on the vibes of these guys, because I'm not going to be here for any of these dates. Any of them.
So Alex,
Yes.
so do we have a guideline on how many hours you expect, each director to put in on a sort of on a weekly basis or a monthly basis?
Specific. No, not at all. There is no, and there's nothing, there's nothing in OCC that is binding to how many hours you have to do, or if at all. Some of you will be gone on co-op, some of you won't be in the area, some of you will have class during those times. So it's not feasible every single time. It's just a great opportunity.
Here's a quick follow-up.
Yeah.
It was here consider the option of doing something online. That way,
Doing
something online.
online. We did talk about that. Didn't really. Yeah, it didn't really make its way through, but that was in conversation, and whoever's lucky enough to be on OCC can continue that next year. So it's definitely an idea, but it's.
Say this, someone who's going to be for the income terms of next year, going to be on 12 months.
Yeah.
I think I would really like to be able to go online.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's a very good
And I
point.
also think
Zoom meetings.
don't like going
Zoom meeting.
introverts or whatever. We appreciate the option of just jumping in a big pool, and having a good chat.
Hey, you could also booth elsewhere on campus. It doesn't necessarily have to be here.
Also
Work with Kenji eating.
true. And guess what?
Day of my life.
If you want to read more about OCC, I will put the report from me in the chat. You don't have access to the chat, but I'll send it to you.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Damien, is it important? Is it important?
No, so that's why.
I
All
think
right,
there's
sick.
about, like fun initiatives
Okay.
for OCC as well. Like thinking of doing like what board games and stuff.
This is so great.
Yeah, like, you do it on-
This sounds like we're turning into an OCC meeting.
No. Horrible. There's consent generally.
Any other discussion on the dates which have been changed, presumably to adjust them to avoid some issues that had come up?
What are those?
Fries.
Very sad looking one.
Yeah,
Did you order fries?
yeah. Those don't look like that though.
They.
Fries from the
Sorry. Members of current board, take the vote because I don't think we have any more context that we need. Jeff.
No, I was just
Unless
excited to vote in favor.
Okay, sorry. All votes in favor of the OCC dates. Everybody except for Teresa. Crazy. And Teresa. We pulled her into it. Thank you very much, Alex, for 4.2, telling these guys what to do. 4.3 is a whole bunch of different things. And we're going to start at 1, and we're going to go to 2, and then we're going to skip 3, and then we're going to go 4.
The file's not accessible.
So, item 4.3 Roman numeral 1. Member meeting hybrid component. Be it resolved that the governance committee recommends that the board of directors tasks WUSA staff with implementing a permanent hybrid meeting solution to be in place for AGM 2026 and onwards. Be it further resolved that this new hybrid solution is adequately promoted to undergraduate students well in advance of AGM 2026 to increase awareness and encourage active online participants. Does anyone from GovCom want to move this?
Yep, happy to move it. This is Teresa.
And anybody else? I know it's you, Teresa. Anybody else? Feeling like seconding? Genie for once. Teresa, you have the floor to start if you care.
I think the motion is pretty self-explanatory. I just wanted to give a special shout out to Brian because I think Brian was the one who said every year it always comes up that we want a hybrid component for WUSA AGM, but nobody ever actually puts it into writing to make it happen. So thank you, Brian. This is the writing.
I apologize to the IT team for having to do some work.
Rory, then Kumar? Rory, then Kumar.
Saying that makes motions like this in the past. Last year we read that was really championing that last year, so I want to sort of add to him if he's available to speak on sort of that. In general, I know there are certain which I would ended up outgoing. Particularly when it comes to doctors requirements that virtual AGMs, you must have equal access for both virtual members and also the in-person people. As we saw this year with AGM, it did at times get quite energetic and boisterous, and I don't feel that people online will be able to be as energetic and engaged as people online.
And that's something that sort of restricts our ability when it comes to these virtual or hybrid AGMs. I'm sorry, hopefully people online can hear me. Jeff, I'm not sure if you're wanting to respond to that in any way.
Take the turn.
I will preface this by saying I think I only caught about half of that, unfortunately. Just unfortunately, the mic. What was the specific? Were you just calling on me to comment about last year's hybrid AGM?
I think so.
I think.
And additionally, was it
Kumar, I think.
there's a Kumar comment as well? But well, the floor to you first, Jeff, and then we'll move to Kumar.
Oh, yeah. I guess I'd probably defer to what Kumar is about to say, but I remember in the process of looking to try it last year, it was discussed that there were potential other solutions that could be tried. I think our ad hoc Microsoft Teams implementation definitely did have some challenges with it, but I don't think this is like, we're not the first ever organization to try to do this, and with such a huge population of members that are off campus at any given time, I think something like this is really important in order to make sure that all students who have something to say at AGM have the chance to do so.
I think it's valuable to have Kumar and all I do to speak over.
Okay, so from a technical perspective, there are solutions that exist off the market. Companies run shareholder meetings all the time. Obviously, those solutions do require investment and money. But the other challenges is we have a lot of scenarios and cases outside of the norm, especially with the way we handle proxies and some intricacies specific to our organization. Specific to our organization and unique of it. I would really recommend. I totally agree with this motion. We have to digitize and deliver this experience so more of our members can participate. What I would, I guess, recommend or challenge our organization, our board, and our governance folks to possibly look at some of the parameters that we have our own proxies and simplify the method before we go out shopping for a product. Because when we're looking at technology, the more that we put custom to our environment, the more it costs, the more clunky it is, and then it's harder to deliver it to our students. For example, like, multiple people have proxies and they can, some are off in person and some are off person, virtual. Like you can see all those variables adds many complexities to the scenario. One other, I guess, food for thought, let's say it as, we may want to also look at considering we're still in confidential session.
No.
Okay. Considering some pretty big motions that were put on the table at the last the last general meeting and members meeting, and with only 100 students making of certain decisions and big programs and fees swinging, we may want to look at what a more representative forum for this body looks like to safeguard our programs and some of the infrastructure that we built here. So just some food for thought.
Spirit direct response.
Totally agree with a lot of that. I think just by having online people with boxes all gone, it's an argument for not having boxes.
Yeah.
I'm not saying we should do that. If you have online, everyone can access it. I have to think you always the people in person can still vote online in one central system. So I think GovCom should really work on this, and it's be a lot used, especially our school missing such co-op. It's a great use. I fully agree with all the points here.
So just for microphone there, your comment was moving so that all votes are online, regardless of whether or not you yourself are in person.
Yeah.
That's simple. Sorry. Yeah, that simplifies the shopping and getting a solution sooner to this table. Massively. That goalpost has to be changed.
Brian, your response. Aria, Mac?
I'm Royal One, sorry.
Okay. All right. Mac, Aria, Brian.
So I'll start by saying, whether it means disregarding proxies as a whole, the proxies have their own respective use, apart from just serving the people online, there are people who can't attend in general.
So this is not a proxy discussion, right?
Anyway, so
All right, continue.
on the point, I'll speak to MSOC. MSOC does a completely, well, does a hybrid model, but in that context, voting is done online. So we congregate in a physical location, people join online, people join in person, and then I think Jeff will know on repetition, we send out Google Forms in which we vote. Because we don't know who. So like that model is what we use. It's completely inefficient, but I think, like Mark said, we go shopping around, there are perfect solutions that we could figure out that would integrate well with our system, and that would really allow us to tap in. And then on the rest I'll talk about in one.
Aria.
Yay. So I would say instead of passing this motion, then we need to have cost associated before we authorize something. Let's task Kumar to shop around, bring a couple of different options, and then the board understands the cost to value ratio there. If board wants, we can authorize to do it online. We can't run this on Teams, and some of these softwares might run us up to $40,000 or something. You don't know. So that's a conversation to definitely. So that's where I'm leaning.
Such a list at this point. Kumar. You know what?
Sandra?
We'll jump to Sandra just in case.
Interesting.
I think Teresa was first. Oh,
Yeah.
no, you got me. I'll let Teresa had her hand up before. So if you don't
Okay.
mind, Nick, go to her and then go to me.
Teresa.
Yeah, I think I agree with Ari. That's where the discussion is heading. So I'm happy to make an amendment. I don't have the original motion from you right now because I'm on mobile, but would folks be amenable to an amendment that would task the ED with bringing back a report to board with some possible proposals for hybrid solutions and what that might look like and how that would interface with our current proxies and voting systems for, I guess, the incoming board to review. Would folks be
Veracini.
amenable to that?
Is that friendly?
That's good.
All right. Well, we're back to the speaking order. Aria, do you want to use your speaking turn?
No, that's great. That's
Brian, do you want to use your speaking turn?
That's exactly what I was gonna ask for. Good job, Teresa.
Tanji, do you want to use your speaking turn? And Sandra, do you want to use your speaking turn?
I do. I would just add to it, Teresa. Thank you for putting that forward. Just keep the governance and the governance staff involved with it, because I think there are some other process pieces that can be streamlined if we do go to an electronic system. So just adding that to it.
Sick. Any further discussion on 4.3 Roman numeral 1? We have an amendment, but other than that, it's pretty boring. All votes. Oh, sorry, I assume we're ready to take a vote. Wonderful. All votes in favor of the motion as amended. Jeff is very excited.
Wait. Sorry. Was the wording of the amendment captured? Is that something was it clear with everybody? Because I didn't type it out. I was actually in the process of typing it out. I'm just wondering if anyone is clear on what we're voting on.
They bring back to board IT solutions on what?
The report, right?
Hybrid voting.
Yes, I think it was Teresa.
Okay, sweet. Okay, I'm not gonna type it in the chat then.
Alex.
I'm just voting yes.
Okay. But I think we're all in favor. 4.3.2 Board Advisor Feedback Mechanism. Be it resolved that the governance committee recommends to the board that WUSA seeks out potential board governance and legal consultants every 2 years, and a new board audit consultants every 5 years following existing processes to call for proposals and evaluate them as necessary. I feel like that sentence doesn't make sense to me, but that's fine. Be it further resolved that the governance committee recommends to board that WUSA establishes a formal process of annual review for board advisors to be added to the governance calendar in January. This would encompass the distribution of advisor evaluation rubrics and review and discussion of the results with each file advisor, analogous to previous suggestions involving meeting with an officer, governance manager, and ED. Teresa is moving the motion Mac, are you
Yes.
trying to second?
No, it was a 5. I thought this was the motion we pushed.
No, we moved 4.3 off. That's the executive review. Teresa, you're moving?
Yes. Also putting a 1 in the speaking order. That's okay.
You
I'll have to
already
speak
have
in
it.
motion anyway. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyone looking to second? Alex. Teresa, you're up first.
Nick, just note Sandra's comment in the chat. If
Crap.
Because it's somewhat relevant for the board advisor, if
Yeah.
if you would like her to leave.
Sorry. Sandra, do you mind heading out for 10 minutes?
Oh,
Say yeah.
silent, leave.
She's sitting on her camera watching.
Teresa.
Hello?
You did.
Oh.
I think it's text. Teresa, it's
can you
your
guys hear
speaking
me?
order. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm on mobile, so like when I want to unmute, I have to like switch. Anyways, yeah, so the intention behind this motion, similar to what Jeff mentioned earlier with the ED review motion, even though we pulled that, like the intention is still the same, where we just want to standardize some of these processes to ensure that we as a board are continuing to receive quality advice. Again, our advisors so far have been doing a pretty bang up job. I think it's just making sure that we're continuing to not only see the same standard of advice, but also there is value to the organization by board hearing new perspectives as well, by putting out these calls for proposals on a more regular standard basis. The other thing I just want to highlight is it's not, I don't believe it's in the resolutions necessarily, but I believe in the drafts that we sent out, the auditor advisor might be included in there. That was an error. I think based on discussions with governance committee, that was something we didn't feel that board was equipped to necessarily comment and evaluate. And so I don't think that should be included. But I trust that the edit can be made. I guess in discussion, I just asked that board consider that we do not plan to have board evaluate the auditor because of that, based on our discussions at GovCom.
Alex, as the secondary, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you.
Open for discussion. All right.
I'm just wondering where the numbers come from. Like, why 2 years? Why 5 years? Like, are they arbitrary, or are we driving these numbers from some type of best practice or somewhere?
Teresa, direct response.
This was just based on discussions with governance committee. We chose the number that probably has more meaning is like the 5 years. Just because, oh my gosh, sorry, I don't have the motion in front of me. I haven't looked at it in a while, but I believe we said 5 years for calls for proposal for auditors, correct? Oh, Jeff was sending me a picture. Thanks, Jeff. Yeah, so the 5 years was chosen relative to the 2 year figure because there is merit in having an auditor stick around for longer, just so that they become more familiar with WUSA as an organization and how our finances work. It doesn't really do us much good to be switching things around willy-nilly as frequently as 2 years. Whereas the 2 year figure that's a little bit more arbitrary. I don't believe that we're particularly married to that number in the world of GovCom. If folks have compelling reasons to change it, I'm happy to hear. That's more so just again, putting out calls for proposal regularly is, I think, and what governance committee seem to think after a discussion is healthy for a board to have, but not so frequently as annually. But we felt that 2 years was an appropriate figure.
Thank you. I have Suzanne. Oh, sorry, Mac, direct response, and then we'll go to Suzanne.
Yep, I'd like to add, so when we're governance committee, another point of discussion for why it was kept at 2 years, I think we were between 2 and 3, was that more often than not, we as a sort of organization look at different, stages of governance. I mean, a few years ago, we remodeled, and now we're also looking to reevaluate. And so along those shifts, we might seek to reevaluate and choose advisors at that time. And so that's why we picked an hour spot.
Good.
No, that's okay.
think actually I had a couple of thoughts about this motion, and one, just seeing whether folks would be open to the idea of what I think I hear is that you folks want to review and ensure that we're doing what they should be doing. That's maybe different than an RFP and having the organization go through a process that takes quite a bit of time. And especially for legal, I won't speak for you folks, your board advisor, you do whatever you want. If you want to do it annually, do it annually. But lawyers we work a lot with, and having them change potentially every couple of years, you could be in the middle of a lawsuit. Like, there's a lot of reasons to want a little bit more continuity. I think if folks would be open to it, if you wanted to like look at the idea of reviewing them, so if they're not doing what we need them to do, that we would look at potentially changing them. But that potentially that RFP would either go into 5 or even more years to actually go out based on those review pieces. So.
Are you direct?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I would honestly say, especially for legal, even governance, like this is board can review anytime they desire if they find that there's issues. So I would also be leaning at least 5 years because we don't want to put extra burden for no reason on the organization.
I think there's a bit of a social benefit to things rolling automatically, but that's all I'm going to say for now. I have Jeff next in the order.
Hi, I think Teresa is about to bring an amendment, but I just wanted to respond to a few things. I think so for auditors and lawyers, we don't intend for that to be part of the regular call for proposals. That is explicitly just meant for the board advisor, so that it's regular to get a lay of the land, so to speak, make sure we're getting proper value for money. Like, even if we're happy with our current board advisor, it's just a regular thing to evaluate. Again, maybe we can push that timeline up, but I think, yeah, like we might not necessarily change our advisor, but I think it doesn't need to be. But I think we need to be able to evaluate the landscape on a regular basis. So there's 2 separate pieces here. There's 1, the review, and 2, that regular call for board governance advisor specifically, not for legal or audit. Those might be more on the advice of the executive director.
I have Arya direct and Mac direct.
It says governance and legal consultant. So wouldn't legal consultant be our lawyer, like Pat?
We can amend one in the chat.
Oh, there's an amended version. I have not seen that. Okay, sorry, folks.
Yeah, we're trying to catch up.
So it's ended.
So do you want to still use your direct response?
If I'm not settled.
Exactly.
All right, Samir, you have a new point.
Don't know if I can access in public, but I'll see if I can. How long are the costs?
The opposite way.
Is there anything stopping the board of the contracts from reviewing or replacing advisors, lawyers, whatever, when they wish?
The auditors are approved every year at the AGM, so they should probably do, as we should probably not let the board.
Somebody advising the lawyer, there's like a set contract, we haven't moved on, that's kind of what I'm asking. I don't know if I can send public.
So that's Suzanne.
I didn't hear it. Sorry.
Just a response to, like, if we have a set contract with lawyers or advisors or what that looks like. I would just say, like, that's handled on a case by case basis, depending on who we're engaging with and what that partnership is. Some clients who we do business with may have a year contract, and that's year to year, and it auto renews based off what's set up. Some may have it more prolonged based off the discount rate or what that looks like. So I don't think there's a hard and fast model upon that. If there's further questions about current agreements, I would recommend that those go to company.
I have Teresa next in the order. Finally, I assume with the amendment.
Oh,
Sorry, again, if it takes me a while to unmute just because I'm on mobile, so like anyways. Yeah, I just dropped an amendment in the chat that I think encompasses the sentiment of the conversation we've been hearing with regards to concerns about legal consultant. I think the phrasing is a little bit more explicit in the second be it further resolved, which is that the governance committee should also oversee and evaluate calls for proposals for board governance advisors every 2 years.
All right, have you next?
I think this is actually that this is a lot better and good. The only thing I would say, I personally would rather that number go at least 3 years then, or higher. 2 years is such a short. Like I've never seen a best practice that's 2 years personally. So I would want to push it a little higher for one step. How's that?
Who seconded this one? Because I realized I forgot to ask the seconder if it was friendly, but I'm assuming it's friendly. I don't think it's unfriendly at this approach. I'm sure, Teresa.
Yeah, just to clarify, Aria, like when we put out calls for proposals, like it doesn't necessarily mean like board can still view these proposals. It doesn't mean that we're necessarily going to take on a new advisor. But it's definitely good for a board to at least regularly see what's in the landscape in terms of consultants, even if, you know, I think the example was brought up, could be in the middle of a lawsuit, which is very true, or like any sorts of like upheaval in the world of WUSA. It's very possible for a board to just look at the proposals to see what's on the horizon. Maybe not necessarily, you know, take on a new advisor by any means, but certainly healthy for board to stay afloat and be regular about these sorts of things.
Want to speak to this?
You want back on?
I'll just say like that's a very good answer. Like I think that makes a lot of sense. I would still push for 3. I think that's a very good answer.
Back.
When was the last time we did a advisory review process on governance?
So 2 years ago.
I agree with the time before that.
Oh, sorry, I whispered, I said last.
2 years ago.
Yeah.
Well, and before then, how, like, I'm just trying to understand, like, how often do we do it without this condition?
We've only done it the one time because we have a board advisor be part of our review.
Okay.
So, yeah, just one time.
It's the end of the speaking list.
No appetite for 3. Would you guys take it as friendly?
I would take that as friendly.
You guys friendly?
Teresa, are you okay with 3?
Yeah, sure, I'm fine with that.
Thank you.
We are the.
I think Skylar and Teresa are typing away at minor edits. Cool. I don't think we're going to see any more substantive at this point. The current version reads, be it resolved that the governance committee recommends that the board directs the ED/governance manager to draft a formal procedure of annual review for board advisors and amend the board policy manual's governance calendar in January. Procedure should direct the governance committee to oversee the completion of advisor rubrics supported by advice from the executive director. The governance committee should also oversee and, if deemed necessary, evaluate calls for proposals for board governance advisors every 2 years.
3 years.
Every 3 years.
Writing down screen. 2 minutes.
I already slipped my mind. Any further discussion on this item? Wonderful. So your phone's dead? Is your phone so dead as to prevent you from being able to make any more comments if you need them? Or?
Did we lose phone?
All right. No, we're still good because we got 4 and 2. All right. Necessary means we don't evaluate them. We still want to look. Yeah. All right. Fine. With that, we'll take the vote. All in favor of the motion as presented. I suppose as amended. Oh, we've got Matthew now.
Oh, Jane.
All against the motion as presented. And all abstentions. Abstain on this one. But the motion carries. With that, we skip point 3. And we land at board knowledge transfer. Text of which reads, following a survey that was put out to all board members, some additional feedback and expectations were collected with regards to a knowledge transfer mechanism. Be it resolved that governance committee recommends to board to request a report on options for board knowledge transfer solutions from the executive director for the incoming board to explore. Context being governance staff and IT staff to provide continuous support, investigation, and implementation of a future knowledge transfer solution. That's a lot of jargon. Teresa, you've moved this motion. Do we have anyone seconding it? Aria is seconding it. Teresa, can you explain what this words mean?
So the idea of a board knowledge transfer mechanism has been something that's been floating around since last board. I'm sure some of the returning board members can attest to this, that it's been conversations been had for a while. And in the survey responses that we looked at, there's a very clear sentiment that in a lot of board duties, members felt like they could have benefited from more perspectives from past board members, specifically with regards to carrying on initiatives or understanding how board members were able to reconcile things like their advocacy with their fiduciary duties and the other trappings of being a board member in this organization. And so with that in mind, we felt that we felt that we wanted to put in motion at least some research and hopefully in the future some concrete proposals on how we can explore this solution. There's definitely there is a lot out there that is possible for us to pursue. There was conversations from the last board or last governance committee about looking at things like developing a wiki, like Confluence style. People have had the pleasure of using at work, but lots of opportunities for us to consider that would help bolster some of that board to board knowledge. So yeah, don't really know what else to say. I'll just be quiet now.
Aria, do you care to use your second?
I think it's good. Thank you.
Any discussion? Wow. All right. Well, seeing none. Jeff, are you jumping the gun or?
No. This time I actually do. A quick question for Suzanne, I guess. Is the motion clear? Like, do you need any further clarification from, or would you appreciate any further clarifications from board on what we're looking for here?
I'm always happy for more clarification, Jeff. To be honest, I'm just sort of hearing in general, you folks are looking for a mechanism and a way to keep knowledge and Alex
integrate.
Recorded and available for future boards.
Yeah,
I
we
guess.
can also forward the results. Sorry, am I speaking out of turn? I'll be quiet.
Actually, this is a while ago, yeah.
Or was there something else, Jeff?
Oh, I was just going to say, that more or less captures it. I think one of the important pieces there was the ability to, like, just ease of contributing regularly rather than it just sort of be living in a view-only SharePoint.
Okay.
Teresa.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm just getting ready to leave, and I guess I panicked and immediately hit unmute to start talking. It's because I'm at work. We also have the results of the questionnaire that we sent out to board as well. So happy to pass that along to you as well, Suzanne. Any other folks that will be exploring some possible solutions for board knowledge transfer, just to get a better idea of some of the ideas and the main points that we were seeing in the responses.
Okay, that'd be great. Thanks.
You did the wrong time. Any other discussion? You guys are incoming. What are you hoping to see?
Yeah.
Thank you.
The biggest thing I'm hoping is someone to teach me how to use Teams. It is.
Use what?
Oh,
okay, yeah.
General, SharePoint.
Mom, I'm stepping on my office.
Yeah.
Give you a drink.
You are the.
Let's do, what is it?
Power BI.
It's about sad dog, can you use too much?
Anyways, let's take the vote then.
So no, sorry. Well, never mind.
Take the vote. All in favor of the motion as presented? All, actually, that is everyone. Yeah. Sick. Wonderful. With that, we have come to the end of open business, but we do have open reports. So Suzanne, I know that you have an open direct, I don't know if it's terribly exciting, as in I read through it. There's the RSP co-op survey number. How many students it surveyed? 1,092.
That's a lot.
Friday?
Thanks, Fred.
How did I go? How long was it?
Wait, that means we.
Pages?
Wait, what do you mean?
What do you?
Not everybody gets one, but yeah. Not everybody gets one. Does everybody get one?
Well, undergraduates, you should say it. Should spend so much per page is long.
And you already get an undergrad, it's crazy.
I don't know if that's what punishment they could do for doing it.
I thought you said
Report, some fun stuff happened. I'm happy to announce to the board that CASA membership is now finally complete. So their board just signed the contract. We got placards. They're more excited. I'm going more. Also, WUSA just wrote a paper on AI and how that should be looked at, regulated-ish. What best practices with usage of that should be mandated with university. So we just wrote that and finished that really quickly. Nothing else that's super important. So if you have any questions in my report, feel free to ask me later and I'll answer them.
Teresa has an update, which is the one that she's proud of because it's from co-op and it's an actual thing for once. Teresa, what's up?
Wait, what do you mean an actual thing for one? I feel like we had some pretty big wins in the co-op sphere. I'm outside, by the way. Sorry if you can't really hear me. Can you guys hear me? Like, I heard laughter.
Yes,
I'm afraid, like,
yeah.
okay. In the world of co-op, I just attended CEE Council yesterday, and there are some changes in terms of credit eligibility. For those of you who are on co-op, you'll know that there are certain exceptions to the unpaid rule. Those being, you can have one term as part of a design team, which is unpaid. And that's been expanded slightly to include not-for-profit sports organizations. That used to be limited only to students in the Faculty of Health. That's now open to students across faculties. And the other is you are now able to take unpaid co-ops and design teams for any term, I think, throughout your degree. So those are the two expansions. The real win here is that there was a third proposal to allow co-op advisors to provide blanket approvals for unpaid co-ops at for-profit institutions, which is something that we discussed at 3AC. The sentiment from our student sub-societies is that there's something they very much not support. I'm happy to report that they did not end up going through with that at the proposal that came to CE Council. So hooray! And shout out to 3AC for their great work.
Yay.
Alex, get something from long range planning? Can I give anything from long range planning?
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Brief message. Brief message from long range planning. Super exciting stuff. The plan right now is for on the 23rd, we get a draft from overlap from our consultants. We give some final little review, final little suggestions. There shouldn't be anything crazy. And then on the on the 29th, this current board will hopefully approve the content version of it. So incoming board can focus on the annual plan, but has no issue in having to worry about the long range plan. And then overlap will come back in May and give a pretty finalized, beautiful looking version of it. Rest right now, we are struggling with some in-person engagement stuff due to a lack of participation. So we have shuffled it over a little bit and we're still on track. We're just working to get it done on time. Do you have a question for me?
No, I was like, I feel like I haven't been participating in person enough. Shit.
Life goes on.
Back to you, an update. Oh, okay, sorry, question.
So when it comes to lack of participation, is that from, like, because I know that I've seen a couple of sessions Ben's been sending my email. Is it those sessions or is it students, like student one-on-ones or that sort of thing?
It is to translate engagement lab from consultant speak focus group, low participation in certain focus groups from select areas of students.
Like the meetings you have with societies or like that sort
Yeah,
of.
something along those, exactly. Just low participation in just a few of those, nothing to stress about. So they've been moved on to virtual format. If that can't happen or something like that, then further one-on-ones will still happen to make sure that engagement gets heard.
Too good. Do you have a public report or?
Public one I do. So you'll notice that it's in the file under general reports. There's just a couple of sections, the director of comms and stakeholder relations with some marketing and comms update. There's a shared annual members meeting recap in there, as well as a summary of some advocacy efforts and the representative survey platform on co-op surveys. Got over 1,000 folks that completed it, which is awesome. And then something new we've added is basically a summary of our committee meetings, when they met, the folks that attended, and then sort of a high level summary or an attachment of minutes so that those would be in our public session moving forward. And you folks can look for that in our report.
Anybody else have an important open report? Kelsey Priest. Well then, we'll be moving to confidential in a moment. I'm going to suggest also, am I? That it might be a reasonable time to recess for a few minutes? Has it been 2 hours?
Recess.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, my suggestion will then be, let us hop into the confidential session and recess for around 15 minutes. but we took some votes in confidential session. The interesting ones being, well, we approved the annual plan with some updates because of other things that happened in the confidential session. So our first thing on the docket was the health and dental plan. There are some sort of regular changes that we decided on there, as well as something that I'm hoping students will be glad to see, which is now the inclusion of gender affirming care coverage, which should begin in September. As a result, we changed some of what our draft to the annual plan looked like, as that was one of the topics, was including gender affirming care. And we included some additional work on food insecurity. Board also approved as a one-time sort of expense to subsidize food insecurity costs and efforts, 100,000 Canadian dollars towards directly feeding students via programs running out of Smash Bites. We also did some time tracking things that didn't necessarily actually need to happen in confidential session, but we didn't leave confidential session to do those votes. And was there anything else? Annual plan. And then we actually approved the annual plan. We made some changes to the annual plan. We approved the annual plan. Yes, it was the draft version and the budget. Yes, just listening in a circle. With that, I think we were able to adjourn. That seems to be all the votes that we took. Good night.
Wow.
All right, good job, everybody.
Thanks, everyone.
Congratulations on your first.